Hey, sweet dream. Just working on getting used to like finding my exact DPI. It's kind of a lot of trial and error. Because, you know, I'm used to higher DPI, but not too high. So it's like there's got to be like a level. Obviously this is calibrating for like desktop mode, and you know it's different depending on the game. Counter-Strike, I think it's pretty much 1-to-1 though for me with Counter-Strike. Interestingly enough, I know Counter-Strike is kind of more of a difficult FPS, but interestingly enough, I think I'm best at Counter-Strike. But I suck at all FPS games, so this should translate well to like if I can find the right DPI that's comfortable, doesn't strain my wrist. It'll translate to League of Legends, like any game, really. Chess, League of Legends. I don't know, I think it's around this 3900. And also some of it is just practice, but finding a comfortable DPI. If it's too high, I use too many fast twitch muscles. Is that why they called Twitch Twitch? Is because of FPS games? Using fast twitch muscles? Sounds like something that would be the origin story of Justin TV. Okay, I don't know if it's... Try 3850. And of course, once I can get comfortable with this, I kind of want to jump in. I think I need to update CSGO. I should probably be doing that right now, huh? After this one. .50 is pretty comfortable, but I'm not as fast. But that's with practice. Accuracy first, then practice. Point and then click. Not point guess click. Aim then fire. Yeah, I think 3850 might be it. Yeah, that's gonna take a bit. Ah! And it's like getting weird. Okay. 5 days. What are we on, like 26K dial-up? Oh, 6 minutes. Never mind. It's not too bad. And I'll have to and of course, you know, I'll have to do, I'll have to calibrate it for that game. But I'll start off similar DPI. I'll set the DPI to this. This feels a lot smoother. And I feel like, if I can start off from this and then get used to it. Because this one feels like I'm not using as much strain. Like I'm not straining just to get accuracy. Like I'm just like basically one-to-one with my eyeball. Like that's the goal. Basically, I should be translating my mouse movements directly to my eyeball. That's the ideal. Now I want to check out one time at some point is set it so that I can set audio signals as input, or like motion signals at some, like, you know, do something like that, and like try to play a game like using like a recorder. I've seen someone do that before. Because I have a recorder. Or I could use like hand movements. I don't know if it's real or not when people do that. It sounds like something you could do. Like, if you have the right program. Like, you can configure like certain audio input ranges. But then, you know, if you use it too fuzzy, then it might, like, confuse the inputs. I don't know. Ah! Getting sloppy. Okay. Let's... Yeah, this feels like more of a practice thing at this point. I think I found the DPI, but now it's just getting used to it. I've always kind of been more higher DPI. Well, this is kind of like, you know, not super high. Like 6,000, it's not like 6,000. 6,000 was getting really, like, shaky. Low DPI, I have a lot of trouble. Let's try this, let's try doing my lower DPI. Because I also need to find my lower DPI range. Let's try 650. I don't have enough desk space for that, you know. Actually, I kind of... Yeah, I do. Yeah, I can go across the monitor with it, at least. Yeah, lower DPI is hard for me. Yeah, it's like too much movement. I don't know how people play with low DPI. Honestly. It's you know, Shroud was talking about it once. And I think I can find it. Is that you have to find the DPI that's right for you. There is no one size fits all. I like which, and also, you know, Shroud, obviously the leading, you know, the trusted information. You know, Shroud is like a government experiment. You know, I think that might be good if, like, I need to switch to it fast for, like, yeah, I like the higher DPI. Where's the video? YouTube. Yeah, now because of this mouse, I can actually, like, switch the mic settings without having to go in, like, click on it, without having to focus DPS. Oh. On LF quitting Twitch? Who's LF? I'm gonna watch that, of course. Shroud and DPI. About DPI and sensitivity. Okay, let's watch both. Another DPI answer. Shroudy Shroud. Okay. Shroud's pretty cool. Honestly, like, probably, like, the most well-rounded streamer. Like, he's not, like, extreme, you know, very talented as well. So it's like...
DPI doesn't really matter, man. It's just personal preference. You do whatever you want. Because all in all, it doesn't matter what the fuck your DPI is, because every single game has its sensitivity, right? So if you play on 2000 DPI and you think that's too fast, that's fine. Just change the in-game sense and you're chilling, you know? Where the fuck I am. So you can use whatever you want, man. Where the fuck I am. Theoretically, I'm pretty sure using higher DPI is better.
Because you can turn around faster.
400, I just haven't changed it. I just know all my senses very well from 400. It's like a good baseline for me in Windows. It doesn't matter, man. It's whatever you want. It's not gonna make a difference for you.
He uses 400?
Yeah, I know Shroud uses 400 DPI, so I'm going to change off 1200 and go to 400 and get used to it. And what's the point if you don't like it? If you don't like it, then fuck it. Don't do it.
It's like you got to configure it to your body, not the other way around. What's natural for you. And so I'm kind of finding my natural. But then that'll change depending on the game because of the physics. Like he says. Oops, that's this.
Any tips for a fellow 400 DPI gamer? I'm used to the shoulder arm swing motion, but I feel lacking in endurance.
I think, because he uses lower DPI. Right?
Come on, bro. It's a mouse. If you feel like you can't properly use it, just up your sensitivity a little bit, man. It's not a big deal. DPI isn't the problem. You can have 400 DPI and have the fastest fucking sensitivity ever. If you feel like your flicks are just not, like you're working too fucking hard to flick, all you gotta do is turn your sensitivity up, man. All good. Like that right there, he just did a full 180 after knocking that guy. How does he do that with 400 DPI? I mean, DPI is completely irrelevant. It just matters, like, I mean, not completely irrelevant, but you can have 400 DPI and 100 cents, or you can have 800 DPI and 50 cents. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really matter. So what matters is the DPI plus the sensitivity, right? So it doesn't matter if I'm 400 DPI. You have to know more than just knowing 400 DPI. You have to know the person's sensitivity in the game. So.
Well, that's totally game dependent, you know.
Chad, is there anyone's aim who really stands out to you? I mean, just about everybody's. Be honest. A lot of people's aim is fucking nuts, you know? So, like, I think what I'm most known for is for aim, but I think that's not actually true.
What I think he's gonna say is, like, obviously aim is huge, but you're not just standing there stationary doing practice. You know, you're not just standing there training accuracy. You're also moving around the map, which changes the distance. You have to know the map. You have to know, like, the weak spots of the map. You have to know, like, you know, where like you can actually, like, poke your head out to, like, see where you're going to be safer. And, you know, you have to be able to react to a dynamic situation. There's so many different factors that create an FPS player a skill, and it's not something that you can just you know, fix with your settings. You got to find the settings that are comfortable, and then you have to actually train yourself. And, you know, I think a lot of people play FPS games with a very unhealthy attitude. Obviously, Shroud, like, he's such a high level, and he's, like, at this point, you know, he doesn't need to be a pro gamer. You know, he doesn't even need to stream. You know, he's had that big Mixer deal that we all know about. Like, what, $22 million or something like that? This guy has so much money, like, he could do whatever the fuck he wants. And that's why, you know, he shows up to his stream, not because he has to, because he wants to, you know? So he's doing his thing, you know, just hanging out, playing games, talking to his friends, making good content, you know, so that people can enjoy it. But I think most people, they go into gaming, they think that, like, oh, well, you know, I'm going to become a pro gamer. And it's like, well, most people don't become a pro gamer. Okay, well, then you could say, okay, well, I'm going to be a streamer. Well, most people don't become a pro streamer. You know, just enjoy the freaking game. Like, isn't that why they made the game in the first place? Yeah, there is a framework for, like, pro gaming, but not everybody is going to be able to do that. And it's like, I feel like, you know, you're stressing yourself out a lot. You know, it should be like it should be the other way around. You enjoy the game the best you can, and as you improve, your options change. So if you become good enough, then you can become a pro. Not you become a pro because you want to be good enough, because you try to be good enough. Because you're just going to hurt yourself in the long run. You're going to be stressed out. You're going to be like, oh, my progress is not too good. If you focus too much on, like, getting a goal that is like there's so many factors to it, more than just skill, you know, you should just focus on little tiny small term gains. Like, hey, like, I want to be able to, you know, play the game at a decent level. And then, okay, well, what are you going to do for that? And, you know, are you going to practice your aim? Okay, you need to learn the map. Okay, you need to, like, play a bunch of matches, because, you know, there's only so much that you can have in a controlled situation. And, you know, the thing is, you know, just like with chess, people are focused on elo. People are, they're rating. People are, like League of Legends, people are focused on ranked to the point where people will be super toxic to you if you're a beginner, which is weird because if you're an Iron 1, isn't that supposed to be a beginner? Isn't the whole point of the ranking system so that it accurately matches you up with similar rated opponents? Not that you sandbag and draft for like, months and months and months, and then you just go into the ranked and just dominate, it's not about the rank. It's about, matching yourself up with the people you need to match up with. That's the whole reason why we have Elo and chess and different ranks. Why you have Iron 1, Iron 2, like the whole reason for the rank is so that you know where you're at. And if you're like artificially like changing your rank, you're not going to have an accurate depiction of your level. A rank is just a rank. If you're diamond level, but you can't beat an iron level player, then are you really a diamond player? I think a lot of people focus too much on the external things. That's just a side effect of learning the game, of getting skill. It's a side effect of it. I'm a terrible player, and I know that. I'm not absolutely terrible, but I'm used to playing games. I'm not good at games. I would like to get better at games. It would be more fun because just like with chess and with music, the more you learn and the better you get, the more options you have, and it frees you up, and it also makes the more time you spend doing things in a comfortable way, and gradually improving. Like it's gonna be a better time. But if you get stressed out because you keep losing games or whatever, well, you can't constantly control the outcome of a game. You play a game of chess, even against an equally rated opponent, it's not 100% guaranteed that you're gonna win or draw. Ideally it's like a 33%. If you have an equally rated opponent, should theoretically always be a draw. But there's many factors that go into your game. Not just having not just having aim, not just having the best equipment, not just having a lot of knowledge about it, of the meta. There's so many factors that go into it, and so if you focus on just one thing, this is kind of a different topic. Just if you only focus on aim, you're missing out on everything else. There's two different things. There's things about the actual skill, and then there's things about your goals. Because if your goals are based on external rewards, or if your goals are dependent on outcomes, you're gonna have a bad time. But if your goals are focused on, okay, I want to focus on getting more headshots this game. Well, that's something you can do. Even if you lose the game, you still focused more on headshots. Or you say, oh, I want to focus on not dying as much, which is obviously the one I need to focus on. In fact, I should play a bunch of matches where I just don't even fire my weapon, just try to survive as long as possible. See, it's like I was reading Ninja's book on how to improve at gaming. And it's like, he says you have something you want to work on, play a match where you focus more on that, and you're gonna perform worse, but you're isolating skills and you're working on them.
I think what my talent is, and what I personally think I should be most known for, is my ability to adapt to any game. I feel like I could pick up a new game, never played it before, and do really fucking good, Yeah,
this one's a little bit longer. I think I've watched this one already. Let's watch this really quick.
Wait, what?
Do not feed your children to the alligators.
Wait, really? Is it real?
What's up guys, Streamer TV, and first up in the news we have Asmongold. Now in August of 2021, Asmongold admitted that he was considering quitting Twitch. He was no longer enjoying life as a streamer and felt like he had had enough. He was also struggling with mental health issues, and he took an extended break away from Twitch. A few months after he returned, he sadly lost his mother due to ongoing health issues, and he took another break, but again he made another return on his second channel, and he's been there ever since. Now during his stream yesterday, Asmongold told his fans that the prospect of quitting is still crossing his mind, from time to time. However, Asmongold shares this with his viewers. Here is a clip.
And, you know...
Before I hear his response, I honestly think that you never really, you know, the thing about streaming, especially at his level, is he could just switch down to, like, affiliate or something. And, like, I don't know how his contract is, if he has a required amount of hours per month or whatever. So if he switched down to affiliate or something, or just started streaming on YouTube or something, or just, like, you know, like completely, you know, just completely broke his contract and just started restreaming to, like, every platform or whatever, and not even, like, read chat or anything, but, like, just did whatever he wanted, he could still do that. Because at his level, he can do that and still make, like, a decent amount of money. And I think at his point, he doesn't even really need to worry about money. So he can make $0 a year now, and he'd probably still be doing just fine. So the thing about streaming for people like him, you know, it's like you never really have to quit. He can just take an indefinite break. Oh, yeah, let's make sure he can just take an indefinite break. Like, he can just, like, stream when he wants and not stream when he doesn't want, so that you never really quit. You know, in this kind of thing. And that's kind of why I got into it, because if I can make it work for me, if I can make it work for me, then it's... What have I done? Okay. Okay, because, you know, it's like... He could go off of streaming for, like, several years, and at any point he can come back when he wants. You know, so it's like there's no real quitting. You know, I think what he means is quitting streaming on a regular basis.
I wouldn't stream, like, every day.
No,
but I would probably still make, like, here's a good way to say it, right? Is I can't imagine a world where I'm not making content. I thought about...
Yeah, I mean, because it's like, you do what you do, you know? And it's not about, like, you know, the external, just like I was talking about earlier, like with gaming and people's motivation for trying to get better at games are, like, they're all, in my opinion, they're misplaced. Because people are like, oh, I want to become a pro gamer. And it's like, okay, well, you can't control that. But what you can control is, like, you know, your work ethic. You can control, like, how many hours a day you practice, or, you know, what you practice during that time. You know, the things that you do, you know, for deliberate practice versus, you know, passive practice. You know, obviously you're going to be playing games, but you're not just going to be playing games. You're going to isolate skills such as aim or movement or whatever. Or, like, you know, in some game, you know, like learning the meta, you know, for games with, like, you know, more, like, abilities and, you know, items and magic and stats and all that kind of stuff. Like, you know, there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into it, but, like, what's your motivation? If your motivation is to have fun, then why are you putting in, like, 8 hours a day into the game and stressing yourself out and then getting angry because of your outcomes, or like, oh, I'm still losing games. It's like, you know, it's like, just enjoy the game. If that's your goal, you just want to have fun, you know. And the thing is, if you want to become a pro gamer, that's not going to happen if you don't have the skill anyway. So that means, like, if you do want to become a pro gamer, which is the stupid goal to have, honestly, like, it should be more of a side effect, in my opinion. Like, it's like, if you do, like, you know, want to seek that out, then go ahead. I'm not going to stop you. Obviously, I can't. You know, stuff like that, you know, or, like, people want to become a streamer, you know. The thing is you can't control the outcome of that. What you can control is what you do outside of streaming, which is honestly the only way to grow as a streamer. You know, is to grow outside of Twitch, grow outside of, you know, go make YouTube content, go like, you know, I don't technically know what I'm best at. There's a couple things that I have a good ballpark. I have a good ballpark of what I need to work on. which platforms I need to focus on to make me enough money. But that is still separate. Each platform is different. And, Twitch is kind of like a central place for like, I want to funnel people from all my platforms into my streams. So for me, like, I'm not trying to become a pro gamer. I'm not trying to become a pro streamer. I'm trying to become a successful content creator who has the option to gather all my viewer base into one single location. Except I'm restreaming, so it's really not one single location. So, I really do think people need to have more dynamic way of thinking instead of just thinking, I want this goal. Well, you don't know what that goal is and you don't know how to get that goal. What you can instead focus on is having a balanced life, doing things that make you happy and that you enjoy, and working on the things that you want to work on, because if you want to get good at a game, there's a path towards that. And just like with music, like your goal shouldn't be to become a professional musician. Your goal should be to get good at your instrument and to meet as many other musicians as possible and put yourself into situations where it's more likely to get gigs. Because obviously, if you just stay in the practice room all day, you don't even have like a YouTube. You don't have like, if all you do is practice alone, you're never going to become a professional musician. But the thing is, at least you'll have the ability part. So if you have the ability, that's something that you can't buy. That's something that you can't, get somebody to help you with. So it's like, at the core, you should always focus first and foremost on the actual skill. Obviously, if you want to become a pro, there's a lot more factors to it. And actually, I think in a lot of cases, except for obviously in pro gaming, where it's like at the top level, which doesn't have too many options for lower level play, just like with chess. Basically you have to either be at the top or you're not a pro, which I think there should be more frameworks, especially in today's age. There's a lot of people, in lower level leagues. If somebody wants to have a path towards becoming a pro gamer, I feel like there should be a framework for that. For example, like games like Go in Asian countries, particularly southeastern Asian countries like Japan and Korea, South Korea, and China. Go has a framework where if people are trained. There's like entire schools dedicated to training young people. And yeah, there's some problems with that too, because then people are stressed out, and especially Japan, where there's a high suicide rate. Where if you're not like ready to go to a university at 18, or if you reach in Japan, like if you reach age 30, you can never become a pro in Japan. So it's like, I don't think that's the same in China or South Korea, but like pretty much your options get more and more limited as you get older. And I guess that's generally true across the board. But honestly, I see a world where we're moving towards where pretty much anybody can pursue something. And I feel like we need to build those frameworks, because like with Go, for example, there's entire schools dedicated to Go. Young people are, steered towards, learning, and there's a framework so that they can, if they pass like a certain level, that they can actually live off of, playing the game. Where you can't do that in places like the United States with games like Go or chess. And it's because there's a framework in many other countries. With chess, it's not so much. Maybe unless you're in a very specific country, like where it's like if you pursue chess, you can actually be successful. But I really do think that as time goes on, especially as gaming becomes more and more popular and more mainstream, I feel like anybody should have a path towards pro. Even if it's not like top level gameplay, you should be able to become like a pro gamer in the sense of like you're contributing and you're working towards something. Even if you're a lower level gameplay, the fact that you're especially with like streaming, like content creation is a thing. So it's like it has good documentary value, like seeing like what a gold level player goes through in order to get to platinum or whatever, or and that's kind of what we have. But it's really kind of free for all right now. If there was like a more if there was a stronger framework where people could actually, you know, earn a living just improving at whatever skill they want. I feel like that's more of like a towards the Star Trek kind of world, you know, like where it's like if you want to be a musician, that there's a path, you know, that you don't have to pick and choose based on income, where it's like you pick the thing that is best suited for you. Because some people want to be musicians, but there's very little opportunities to make a living as a musician. But if we change our framework so that people can have a path towards, you know, obviously you earn more as you get better. You know, it's not like communism. I mean, this false notion of communism that people have. Socialism and communism is not about giving everyone the same thing. It's about giving everybody what they need. And then if you want more, and you have to earn it. You know, that's what socialism, you know, communism ideals are about. Is that everybody should have like the right to food, shelter, you know, the basic necessities. But if you want more, if you want a bigger house, if you want like a better car, if you want like a better computer or whatever, like you're going to have to work for it. And, you know, a lot of people will, because you see people who are millionaires like Shroud, like still showing up and grinding games, you know? He doesn't just sit around doing nothing. Nobody can do that unless they're like, they have some kind of, you know, brain issue. People want to pursue things. So I don't understand why people say like, oh, if you give people universal basic income, they're just going to be lazy. It's like, okay, well, let them be lazy, because I tell you, a couple months of not having a job, somebody's going to get antsy and they're going to start doing something. Even if it's not something that you think is useful. Everything is useful in some way. Everything can have value. So, you know, pursue the thing that you're best at. Or that, not that you're best at, but that you're best suited to do. Because you might not be the best at something, but it can be best suited for what you can do.
And it's like whenever I'm not happy with like my stream, or I'm not happy with like something, I always think about like quitting, right? I think a lot of people do. And whenever I think about quitting and shit like that, it makes me like, I don't really ever know what to think. You know what I mean? So looking at our quarterbacks retire, take up coaching. Yeah.
Because like, you can't quit life. I mean, there is one way, but we don't talk about that. Obviously, that's not an option. Either you're living or you're dead. So it's like, if you're living, well, what do you do while you're alive? You're just going to sit around twiddle your thumbs? You know? Like, at some point, you're going to find something that you want to do. And if streaming is something that you're very used to and that you enjoy, at least part of the time, you don't have to completely quit it. And, you know, obviously, you know, obviously, I guess he's focusing less on his Asmongold channel. You know, Zach, you know, he's at a level where he doesn't need to, you know, he has the luxury to choose, and he knows it. He knows it's a place of privilege. And, you know, it's weird when people get on his case about that. Like, you know, what would you do if you were in his shoes? You'd probably be, you know, like, why are you judging somebody else's life? You know, live your own life. You know, it's like pick and choose like what you should and shouldn't do. Well, you know, nobody gets to decide that, but the individual. You know, as long as they're not breaking the law or whatever. And if they break the law, there's consequences, you know? So it's like, yeah, you know, people usually like to dogpile on successful people because they're like, oh, you know, you're successful. What are you complaining about? And it's like, well, you know, there's still people. There's still, you know, we don't, you know, the money that we get and the success we get in our life has nothing to do with like, you know, us. Literally, we're all just a body, you know, a brain inside of a skull that is attached to a body. That's literally all we have is our direct human experience. And the only difference are external factors. You know, and obviously some people are, you know, able to have a lot more personal freedom than others. But, you know, it still doesn't change the fact that we're all just human beings. So it's like when people dogpile successful people for like, oh, what are you complaining about? Like, you can do whatever you want. You're a millionaire. It's like, okay, well, what if you were a millionaire? What would you do? And they say a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, I'd go on vacation. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, you're saying that because you don't have money. But, you know, once you go on those vacations, once you get all the stuff you want, then what? You're just going to move the goalposts, and you're going to move back to mental health. You're going to move back to what makes you the most happy, you know? And obviously it's better to have that luxury of being able to focus on that. And it's sad that we live in a world where a lot of the time people can't focus on mental health because they just don't have the bare necessities. And that's a completely different issue. But there's nothing Zach can do about that. There's nothing anything like any of these top streamers can do about that. Like, they can't change the world. No one person can just fix the world. Even the top billionaires like Elon Musk and shit, there's only so much that one person can do, even with their resources. Like Elon Musk's trying to get us into like the space age, like the new space age. You know, the changing just from a terrestrial species to a stellar species. Where we don't just live in Earth, where we can actually exist within the solar system. And then, of course, then there's interstellar, which won't happen unless there's significant advances and discoveries in physics. Because as far as we can tell, there's no possibility of going faster than the speed of light. That doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, maybe our understanding of light, maybe our understanding of speed is incorrect. There might be things that we don't know about. In fact, there are things we don't know about. You know, we have to discover those. And obviously we have to work within the realm of what we know as reality. But people are discovering things every day. And so maybe I'm like, don't count on interstellar travel. We still have to work on stellar travel. Like within our solar system. You know, getting to Mars, getting to Venus, getting to Jupiter, etc., etc. Like, if we can do that in a meaningful way, where it's like we could put like factories in space, we can mine asteroids, we can get resources from gaseous planets, because, you know, some of these gaseous planets have very, very, very valuable resources that would infinitely like revolutionize human society. So, you know, like, but even then, like Elon Musk, he's like a multi-billionaire or whatever. There's only so much that one person can do. So to like people get on people's case, you know, like Zach or like other like, you know, millionaires or whatever, saying, oh, you know, it's like, what are you complaining about? And it's like, okay, well, you know, put yourself in their shoes. You know, have you ever like gotten like an extra, like, you like, what if you like got an extra like couple $1,000s a month or something? And, you know, it's like, well, is that really going to make you more happy? And obviously, if you don't have money, like me, then money obviously makes you happy, but it doesn't make you happier at a certain point. You know, like, from what many of these people, you know, just look at all these streamers. You know, they're still people, and they still try to live their lives. They still have mental health struggles. They still have, you know, people in their lives that they lose. You know, the only difference is, of course, that they don't have to worry about being homeless or going hungry or anything like that. They can pay everything. So they took that out of the equation, and, you know, I feel like they understand their privilege. And to dogpile on people for like complaining about their mental health, it's like, well, you know, what are they going to do about it? They can't just give money to all their viewers. Like, come on. Like they're just trying to live their own life, and they happen to make a lot of success. If it happened to you, you'd be in their same shoes. So it's kind of hypocritical when people complain about millionaires. You know, focus on your own life and get your own success, whatever that means. Might be financial success, but honestly, I don't think, you know, I don't really care about money. I just want money to not be a factor in my life. I don't want money determining my happiness. Because lack of money definitely is a problem. And when people say money doesn't buy you happiness, they don't mean that money is useless, because obviously if you only make like $50 a month or whatever, like I do, obviously money is directly affecting my happiness, because it limits me off from very many aspects of life. But if you make like $80,000 a year, like you're set. And obviously if you live beyond your means, then you're not going to be set. But you know, you get to a certain point where more money isn't going to make you happier. gonna make you feel more secure. But like at a certain point, you even get that secureness. Like if you get $1 million, if you're smart with it, and you have all your you have all your like any kind of like assets that you have, other like if you have what do you call it what do you call it, like when you own a house or something, it's a word, there's a word for it, I forget, blanking on it. But if you have all your needs taken care of, and you have like plenty of money, that like if shit hits the fan, that you're gonna be fine, that's great. But is it going to make you any happier? Without, like it might have, like it just gets diminishing returns. There's actually studies, anything more than $80,000 a year, like has diminishing returns on how much is going to make you happy. Especially if you have if you earn like $1 million a year, earning like $1.5 million a year, like, is that going to make you any more happy? Like, I don't think it does. And according to all these millionaires, it doesn't. So in the end, all we have is ourselves and our life and our health and our human connections and whatever makes us happy. Like if you like video games, nothing wrong with that. If you don't like video games, that's fine too. If you care about people, that's fine. If you want to be left alone, that's fine. Just let people live their lives, because everybody has their own version of reality. And, in the end, it's all balanced. We all get the same difficulty pretty much. You move the goalposts. But if you hyperfixate on moving the goalposts and attaching your happiness to those goals, it's always going to be moving. And so if you attach your happiness to internal rather than external, then no matter what goals you achieve, you're gonna achieve success. Because if your goal is to earn more money, well, then that's completely dependent on whether or not you earn more money. And, that pretty much scales infinitely. So you're never going to be happy. Because if you earn $20 million a year, well, then you could say, oh, well, I could be earning $21 million a year. Okay, well, that infinitely goes up because there's infinite number of integers. So you could earn quadrillion dollars a year. It's not going to make you happier because you could always say, well, I could earn quadrillion and $1 a year. So it's like, but that's a completely different topic. So I actually, it's not, because he's talking about what makes him have his healthiest life. And he's really taken I feel like he's really starting to focus on what his needs are. And he, honestly, I don't want to be parasocial Andy here, but, I think he's really I think he's really finding a balance. And, obviously it's not about him. I mean, it is, but these people that, looking up to people and seeing people as role models or whatever, I think that's a kind of a slippery slope. For example, people thought Bill Cosby was a role model, but then we found out stuff about him, but then, it's like, but I think what it is, you can see somebody, you can say, hey, that person inspires me to do better. Not because I want to be like them, but because I want to find my own version of what they've found. Not get the exact, I don't want to be Asmongold. I don't want to sit and play WoW and do all this stuff, but he apparently loves it. I mean, he wouldn't be doing it otherwise. He's like a multimillionaire. He doesn't need to be doing this. So it's I don't know why people get so weird about that. If you want money, then go get money. How you get money is it's going to be different from everybody. You find what works and do it, but once you get that security, then what? You might want to make less money, but you'll have more time, more freedom. You might make less money, but you feel happy and fulfilled. There's lots of things that go into it, because we're all human beings and we all have our own version of reality and our own version of success. And I feel like there's a rabbit hole people go down into where they see people who are successful and they try to emulate it. Yeah, these people are streaming 8 hours a day, but streaming 8 hours a day doesn't equal the success. They stream 8 hours a day just because they stream 8 hours a day or whatever. You know, that's just something they do. Sometimes contractually obligated, sometimes not. Or like XQC, 14 hours a day or whatever. He doesn't need the money. Like in like one quarter, he made like $9 million on Twitch alone. That's not counting the sponsorships. Or any other kind of like deal, you know. That guy doesn't need money. But he just sits around like he's basically like as if he was earning $0. Like he just does what he does.
It's like I never really think to myself like I'm actually really done. I always think to myself like I am just taking a break or whatever. It's like I never really quit.
Train.
Yeah, and it's because like jobs like content creation or any kind of creative endeavor are just an extension of your life. It's different than hourly work. It's not labor. I mean, it is. There is labor involved. But the reason why I love streaming and content creation in the first place is because it allows you a space to just extend your life. Like you extend it's an extension of your life. It's like whatever you're doing, you can use that as a medium.
No shot, dude. No shot, bucko. Listen. Hey, listen, I'm gonna keep it a
Myth is so good. He does a good XQC, now he's doing Trainwreck. That's perfect. That's like a 1-to-1. He sounds exactly like him.
buck on a stack chat. You know, we've been on a little L streak, but I'm thinking about it. Look, listen.
Yeah, look. I'm gonna keep it a full stack. You know what's funny is it's not quite a, because you can still tell it's myth, but you also like the way it works. It's like okay, for example, the prime directive is very clear on this. Tea, Earl Grey, hot. Like it's not necessarily about like the voice. It's about like the way that you say it. Like that's kind of interesting.
No shot. I got a big, and so with that, I'm gonna do a little giveaway. $1 million on the next win. Whoever wins it, listen, man. I'm gonna tell you, we take care of the community here. That's what we do. But these shameless streamers, dude. These shameless streamers, doing what they do every day, acting like they're not part of the problem. And, I'm just keeping it a buck.
Oh my God! Wait, look. Are you okay, man? Are you okay? Dude, are you good?
Oh, there it comes. Here comes the waterworks.
You good?
I like it on YouTube.
Are you good? You okay, man?
No, it's fun over here.
You okay?
Yeah. It's a good car.
Look at me.
I remember when I found
It's like a good car. Dude, Ludwig is such a fucking good actor, dude. Like he could go to Hollywood, honestly. I could see him in like a Marvel movie or something. Whatever he wants to do in his life. But like, if he can have an open mind, I think a lot of it is like a lot of people, there's a lot of people who are unwilling to hit that start streaming button even. Because they're like, oh, I don't want to be associated with that. I don't want to do that. And it's like, okay, well, you're just making excuses. You're saying like, oh, I'm only not successful because I don't want to do it. It's like, no, you're stupid. You're a failure. Like you give up before you start, and you're making excuses, and you're blaming other people instead of taking responsibility. And I feel like as soon as you start blaming other people, you've already lost. Like because obviously there are factors, but you can never control that. You can control your own actions. You can control and utilize resources that you can, and hope that's what I'm trying to do. Sadly, I'm not very effective at utilizing resources, even if I have the exact same resources as everyone else, just simply because my brain is different. But I am developing, but what I can control is I can go to therapy every week. I can work with my therapist to de-escalate when I get emotionally, have an autistic emotional meltdown. I can try to learn time management. I can practice things like getting out of bed and sitting on the chair and starting stream. Even though that's not really going to help my career, it kind of does in the long run, because because I need to be able to get into the habit of doing work for a allotted amount of time. And obviously you could say just do the work. Well, that's what everybody told me my whole life. and I ended up shutting down and not doing the work at all. So instead, I show, for me, it's different. But like obviously, if you're able to do something like do YouTube videos, and like you're probably just making excuses and just pressing start streaming just because it's easy. But for me, even clicking starting stream is difficult. So I have to work my way up. Like most people are here, and they're not successful as much because they're unwilling to do a lot of work. I'm willing to do the work, but I'm way down here. So my work is not as meaningful as somebody who's up here. However, that doesn't mean that I can't reach the same goals. It just means I have to go about it a bit of a different way. But like I said, what worked for one person, there's something called survivorship bias. So if you have like a dice rolling competition, and where you roll like 3 20-sided dice, and if you roll the highest numbers like 3 times, you have 3 rounds where everybody rolls the dice, and the person with the highest score wins. Well, what if somebody is able to win and then they go around saying that they're an expert at dice rolling? That's survivorship bias. Like, obviously, it's random. You could say there's factors to it, like physics. And if you're able to, like, control the dice flow by, like, understanding the feel of it or whatever. But what if you control for that and you, like, get, like, a completely randomized dice rolling that's completely controlled, where there's no possible, like, deviance between, or deviation between the dice rolling participants. So if you happen to win a tournament of dice rolling, and, like, you get, like, the gold medal or whatever, and then you say, oh, well, I'm the best at dice rolling. Okay, well, that's survivorship bias. Just like people who end up becoming successful, like New York Times bestselling authors. In fact, I heard this it wasn't about dice rolling, but I think it was about, I don't know, it was something. But it was like Brandon Sanderson was talking about it, where it's like survivorship bias, where just because somebody's able to do it, like if somebody's able to become a New York Times best-selling author, or an actor or actress, or a musician, successful, like, pro musician, or like a successful streamer or YouTuber or whatever, just because they can do it doesn't mean it's because, like there's so many different factors to it, and none of them will apply to you. Maybe there's some commonality. Obviously, there is, like, ability. There's some factors that are, like, you can control for. Oh, God. I have to rearrange. But, like... yeah.
That guys don't have to wipe when they pee, and I was like, ugh, sexism was built in.
Wait. So no toilet paper... They don't.
Michael, that's right? Like, guys don't need toilet paper to
pee,
right?
They don't need to, but maybe. Yeah,
Isn't that crazy?
I don't know.
Well, wouldn't it like still
more of a shaking thing? More of a shaking thing.
Shaking?
Oh, we have a guy right here,
Yeah.
so.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can answer all these questions. Yep.
You don't even like take a little square and dab the tip?
Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do. I don't know why.
The dab.
Yeah.
I just to make sure you get it. Yeah.
A position made up to... You want to know what's going on here? Do you want to know what's going on here? And I hate all of you for it, okay? It's all these losers on Twitter that think they have any idea what, like, mental health issues are because they've got 52 different self-diagnosed diseases in their Twitter profile, and it gives everybody...
Oh, yeah, that's fucking bullshit. Yeah, I am so tired. And it's not just Twitter. I am so tired of people self-diagnosing and then saying that they have they struggle. I mean, obviously, yeah, you struggle with something. But that doesn't mean you have a diagnosis. And there's a difference. And the reason you get diagnosis is so you can get treatment. And if you're diagnosing yourself without, then you're not getting treatment. So it means like that you're basically just saying, oh, look at me, I have this. And the thing is, the diagnosis is not to say that you have something, Obviously, some people like identify more with like being on the autism spectrum. Some people say, "Oh, I'm autistic and proud." Or, interestingly enough, it is there's a lot of connection between being trans and being on the spectrum. So it's like I think it's kind of like that. Like there's some people who are more and more like see, being trans is not a mental illness. It's not like something like depression. Depression can be a side effect of like living as a trans person, But, you know, being okay, but like, you know, these people who put like a billion different, like, oh, I'm, you know, neurodivergent, I'm like this. It's like, okay, well, you need to get an official diagnosis. Okay, like, you know, it's one thing if you think you do, well, then go to a therapist, or a psychiatrist, you know, get treatment. Don't just like put it on your profile and say, oh, well, you have to accept me because I am autistic or whatever. It's like, no. You know, I am autistic, but it doesn't mean that I get to just walk all over anybody. And that's what people assume because that's what they're used to because of these idiots on Twitter. Because there's all these people on Twitter who are self-diagnosing, and then they go around and say, oh, well, you know, I'm only doing it because I have a neurological disorder or whatever. And even if you are diagnosed, like it gives you like nobody gets to accept what you do just because you're like have a certain situation. Now, maybe people will be more empathetic, but you can't force them to. You can say, hey, I have autism issues, just so you know. I'm going to try my best not to be a problem, but like every now and then I might be in voice, and applies to me. I might be on Discord voice chat or Discord even just texting, and I might have an issue, and I'm going to try to de-escalate. But I know full well that doesn't protect me from consequences. You know, so putting like a billion different things on your Twitter profile and then walking around like everybody should just, you know, change their behavior because of that. How come it says Destiny? Is that it? I don't know if that was the channel. They didn't put a T in there. What the frick? Yeah.
Like a up idea of like what does it mean to actually have like borderline, or what does it mean to actually be depressed, or what does it mean to actually have like severe like general anxiety disorder. Nobody knows.
Yeah, so the reason why they diagnose you with these things is not because there's like, it's not like diagnosing like a broken arm. Mental health is so much different. It's not about the diagnosis. They don't just treat, and this is why a lot of people have, you know, why a lot of people are anti-trans, you know, transphobic people, is because they think that doctors are telling people to transition. They think that it's a diagnosis because their idea of health in general is that if you break an arm, you go to the hospital and they like do an x-ray and then they put a cast on it. You know, they don't understand that, you know, there's such a thing as like long-term treatment, and that like, you know, obviously the emergency room is for acute care. Like, you know, if you break your arm or something like that, or if you're bleeding, or like to save your life. But like, that's only one part of health, you know. When CS:GO going to be played soon? I'm just going through this video. I was doing some. I'm also like updating it. I think. Oh, it's ready now. We're going through the LSF stuff first. It's just so frustrating when people treat mental illness the same way they do like acute physical health care. And even healthcare, people treat healthcare like it's like, oh, well, you know, my doctor told me to stop doing something, but I don't want to do it. And it's like, okay, well, that's going to have long-term health effects. Like, there's a reason why your doctor is not telling you to do it because they just want to tell you what to do. They're telling you to do it because it'll be the best outcome for your health. Now, there is something, you know, where it's like, okay, well, certain things might help your physical health, but if it sacrifices your quality of life, then maybe you kind of have to meet a little bit of a compromise in one of those. For example, I'm diabetic, and my doctor tried out a CGM on me. This is a perfect example. I used a CGM for, I think about like a month or two, I think like a couple months, but I kept getting a rash on the area. Not only that, but you have to have this device connected to you all the time. And it's like, it's always there, and you're always worrying about ripping it out. And when I took it out, there's like this big like red line where like the sensor was, and like, it would like constantly, it would constantly be a problem, and I don't want to get permanent scarring. And it was vastly like decreasing my quality of life. And isn't the whole purpose of healthcare to increase your quality of life? And obviously, yeah, you could technically say, yeah, it's going to give you more accurate blood sugar over time. You're going to be able to treat better. But, you know, it really was like reducing my quality of life. And so now I, you know, go back to my standard glucometer. And I test a couple times a day, and yeah, I could technically get a CGM and even get an insulin pump, but then I have to carry around like a hard drive with me. I have to basically just be attached to my diabetes. Like, I don't want to be attached to my diabetes. I just want to live my life. It does mean that I'm not taking care as much as, like, I'm not min-maxing as much, but my quality of life is better. And so it's like a lot of people may not understand that, like, mental health, the diagnosis is not, the diagnosis doesn't determine the treatment. Like, I mean, it does, but like they don't determine your diagnosis based on, like, there's so many different factors, because you might be like autistic, you might be like have depression or anxiety or anything, but your treatment might be like, hey, maybe not with autism, but like, some people who are on the spectrum, they don't really need any, like their quality of life is just fine. Like, they have a job they love. They have family, they have the good social skills, but there is something that like goes on that maybe they need treatment with. So you don't really need a diagnosis. There might be people on the spectrum who never go their whole life without a diagnosis, and it's just fine. But then there's people like me who need the diagnosis because I need permanent disability and I need health care. I need mental health treatment because it has seriously impacted my life and reduced my quality of life. So the reason I got the diagnosis is so I can get treatment. Because, but you don't need that diagnosis if you don't need treatment. So you might have it, but if it doesn't impact your life, in a significant way, then, and if you can just go about your daily life and live a happy life, then you don't really need that diagnosis. And so I think people don't understand that mental health is extremely nuanced, and that being diagnosed with like depression or anxiety or ADHD or autism or any kind of schizophrenia or anything, the real reason to diagnose is to treat it. And even if you have schizophrenia, if it has absolutely no impact on your life, then why would you even need that diagnosis? But obviously with schizophrenia, most people need treatment. There might be people out there who are schizophrenic who just live perfectly healthy lives that are happy. And maybe there's like, they see like a bunny, like a dark, like some kind of bunny in their closet that like talks to them every now and then. But it doesn't affect their life or whatever. Like it's not like scary. I mean, I don't think that's how it works. I think it's usually very, I feel like I'm not somebody to talk to about schizophrenia. Apparently with schizophrenia, it's very uncomfortable. And it severely impacts people's lives, but it's very treatable. And there's this huge stigma where if like you get diagnosed with like schizophrenia or something, that like, oh, I'm broken, like I'm just, and even me, like I got finally got formally diagnosed with autism and stuff like that. I have PTSD, I have agoraphobia, I have major depressive disorder, I have general anxiety disorder, I have gender dysphoria. But those things don't define me. And the reason I got the diagnosis was not to just say, oh, look at me, I'm sick. Oh, look at me. No, it's like, that's what people think it is. Because they're so used to these assholes on Twitter going like, oh, look at me, I'm sick. It's kind of disgusting. And it really undermines the struggle that people who are going through mental health treatment, who work our entire lives just to live a healthy, happy life. Like we're just trying to make it through this life, and then there's these freaking idiots who are wearing it like, oh, look at me, I have this thing, that makes me special, and it's like, come on, like you're self-diagnosing, you're not seeking treatment. Even if you do have it, you're not seeking treatment. The reason to get, self-diagnosing, you could take a test to like, if you have any kind of like, first of all, as a PSA to anybody who may be watching, if you think at all that you have anything going on, just talk to somebody. Talk to a professional, I mean. Not to somebody on Twitter, not to somebody on TikTok or whatever. Don't just watch YouTube videos and think that you diagnosed yourself. That's not how it works. The reason they have those self-diagnosis tests is so that if you have an idea of like, hey, like maybe I should talk about it. And even if you're thinking about taking the test, that should be enough to just start a conversation. Sadly, we live in a country in the United States, in most parts of the world, where people don't have very easy access to mental health, and that's extremely it kind of makes sense why we have so many problems in this country. Is because people are just like living in toxicity, refusing to get treatment because they're like, oh well, I can't afford it. Well, you can't afford not to, because it's going to have lasting impact on you for the rest of your life. It's like if you have like a health problem where it's like, you have some foot problem and you start limping, one day. And then you're like, oh, well, I'll wait and see. And then like a couple months later, suddenly you can't get out of bed. Like you have to sit in a chair like constantly. And then like, you're like, oh, well, maybe if it gets worse. And then suddenly now you can't even, like, you're in constant pain. And it's like, okay, well, now I'll go get treatment. Well, it's too late now. And maybe not too late, but it's going to be way more difficult than if you just treated that gout or whatever. If you just treated that foot, like if you just treated the problem when it was there, rather than, it's just sad that people's income and people's access to healthcare is based on your income or based on how much money you have, and that people refuse to go to therapy because they're like, oh, it's too expensive, and I don't need therapy. It's like, okay, well, the fact, if you have something that's impacting your life negatively, then you should have somebody who's professionally qualified, not somebody on, like, if you're substituting, nothing is a substitute for a qualified professional, because they're trained and they're licensed, and if they do anything wrong, they'll lose their license. So there's incentive for them to actually help you, and they're not going to just diagnose you and say, oh, well, you're fucked. They say, okay, well, you're a person and you happen to have this, and we're going to diagnose you so that I can give you this specific treatment, because we want to help you. We don't want to just, it's not like a Band-Aid. It's not like a cast that you put on a broken arm. It's something that you're like, okay, well, we care about you as a person, and we want you to have the highest quality of life. And like, specifically for like trans people who have gender dysphoria like me, it's not that they're prescribing the treatment to me. They don't say, oh, you need, here, you have gender dysphoria. That means you need to take estrogen and you need to get surgery. Like, that's not what happens. It's not like a broken arm. That's not how mental health works. They say, okay, do you want to talk? Oh, you're thinking about your gender. You think about, you have dysphoria. Like, let's see what I can do for you. I'm going to provide the resources for you, and let's explore it. And let's focus on the patient, not the disease. Because gender dysphoria is, it's definitely a disease, because I love being a woman, and transitioning is great, but the dysphoria is what really hurts. And I wish I didn't have the dysphoria, and that's why I'm taking the treatment that I know I need, because it reduces gender dysphoria. And it just gets better and better as each day goes by. It doesn't get easy. It doesn't make life like magically perfect. Just like with any mental health issue. But it means that you're better equipped to deal with it. Like if you have depression, you might need to take an SSRI or something. For me, SSRIs has never really worked. And what really helped was a mood stabilizer, and also talk therapy. And also therapy is dependent on the individual. So if you go to therapy, it's not, everybody, I think people have this like image of what therapy is based on what they've seen in television or movies. Therapy, or if they've seen like people go into like, crisis centers, or like, if people have been hospitalized, that's just like, there's a difference between a therapist who's there to help you in a crisis situation and a therapist who is there to help you with your long-term treatment. And the thing is your therapist, obviously you can vent to your therapist, but honestly, like working with my therapist, we're workshopping, we're developing tools that I can use to improve my life. And that's really what mental health is about, is trying to improve your quality of life. And honestly, I shouldn't have to tell people, my goal is that I don't have to tell people that I'm autistic, that I shouldn't have to tell people that I have depression or anxiety. Like, so the whole fact that like people are going on Twitter and stuff and like wearing them like a badge of honor just because they saw a YouTube video that says, oh, I think I have ADHD. Oh, because I'm scatterbrained. It's like, that's not what ADHD is. It's a very internalized thing I don't really understand, because I'm autistic, which shares a lot of commonality with ADHD, but it's definitely different. And there is medication people can take, and there's like, strategies that people can take, just like with autism. And it varies from person to person. So it's not a monolith. You don't just have ADHD. Like, okay, well, we're going to diagnose with you with ADHD, and you seem to have you seem to have a struggle with these particular issues. And so let's work on building tools so that you can work on those issues and make them not have such a negative impact on your life. Because in the end of the day, we're just people trying to get through our lives.
Knows what any of these things mean anymore. It used to be the fault of the normal population for misusing these words, but now it's the fault of these little Twitter teeny bopper dipshits that like romanticize the fuck out of all these little self-diagnosed mental illnesses that they collect, like Pokemon badges in the Koto region on their Twitter profile, and then no one has any idea what any of this shit means anymore. Like, it's not cute. If you have any of these things in your Twitter profile and it's for anything other than explicitly joining small communities like this to talk about it
yeah, so it's like there's a reason to do it, and that's a huge point, Destiny. Like that's a huge point. Is there's a difference between saying like, oh, I'm autistic, okay, like, but I'm saying like, oh, I'm autistic and I want to spread awareness. Okay, like that's a different. Like there is a goal. Like I'm trans and I'm proud of being trans, but I generally just want to live my life. I'm just a woman, okay? But when I talk about trans issues and when I talk about like, getting communities of trans people together, that's completely different. Because that's like, okay, well, I know that it's really difficult for us and people try to take away our rights and stuff. But I want to connect and get trans people together and like spread awareness and educate people. That's why that's why I'm so open and proud about being trans. Same with anything else. Like mental illness or with certain types of lifestyles. Like the reason that you identify with it, obviously there's a personal reason, but I feel like a lot of time, especially with like mental illness, it's not necessarily because I feel like a lot of people with mental illness don't want to be identified by that. Like, it's just like, hey, I just want to get my life. I just want to get my life back. Because so what happens a lot of time is when you're younger, it's not really an issue. You might have, it might have external problems, like maybe you have issues at school or whatever. But for the most part, it generally doesn't become a problem until society makes it a problem. Like being autistic in and of itself isn't a problem. And there's plenty of autistic. And, what's sad is people say, oh, well, there's plenty of autistic people who are able to work a job. And it's like, okay, stop. Like, some people can do it. Okay, some people, being autistic has absolutely no effect on their life. They can go through their whole life. They have meaningful connections with people. They have a meaningful career that makes them happy. They might not even know they're autistic, or if they do, it's just like, well, it doesn't affect them. But like, there's also people, like I said earlier, like there's people like me. It has a direct impact on my life, a very negative impact on my life, and so it's like I'm building tools to undo that. And it's not that you cure autism, you just build tools to work around it.
On Twitter, you are a loser. Seriously, if you label yourself with whatever disorder you're pretending to have because you have nothing else in your life.
And there's a difference if you actually do have those disorders or whatever. How they can be autistic. Because you can be autistic and not be. I wasn't diagnosed until I was 31. Some kids, I had plenty of opportunities, but my mom, this is a different story. It's just this is about abuse. I don't want to get too much into it, but my mom absolutely refused to take me to the doctor or anything because she said, oh, well, my kids are perfect. They don't have issues. Because a lot of people, they associate these diagnoses with like, oh, you're broken. You're not a real human being. Like, it's like this negative connotation to mental illness. And it's like, no, it's like mental illness is something that people struggle with, just like some people struggle with a death in their family, or like they struggle with like poverty, or like, it's not something that like, it's not something that makes you broken or that your life is over. Being autistic, there's nothing wrong with being autistic, but there's something wrong with being autistic and not being able to function in society. Which like I said, some people can. Because like, let's say if like you live on a farm somewhere, and your whole life, all you have to do is like churn butter or whatever. Like, but you can do that because it's like, well, you just you do the things that you know how to do and you're good at it or whatever. And being autistic has absolutely no effect on that. Knowing is more about other people's wrongdoing than, no, the thing is like the issue, what makes some autistic people like me, permanently disabled, is not the fact that I'm autistic, but because the problems that I have from autism are not conducive towards having a successful career, or being able to work with people in a sustainable way. I have to work. It's not that like I'm just broken and that I have to accept it. It's that, okay, there's some things that I might be able to do it, but not without a lot of effort, with a lot of trauma, and with a lot of repercussions. To the point where, like, at first, like, I could work at like a minimum wage job, Taco Bell or whatever. As time went on, it got harder and harder. And the thing is you end up getting fired, or you end up having to quit. And then it just gets harder and harder to do it. And that's why I finally got a diagnosis. Because I avoided getting a diagnosis because I had a suspicion I was on the spectrum, that I was autistic. But like, I was like, oh, well, what does it matter? Why do I need a diagnosis? So I did what most people want you to do, and I suffered for it. But now I'm getting treatment. I'm going to therapy every week, and I'm diagnosed and the reason I got diagnosed is so I can get the treatment, and so that I can get resources, so that I can lift myself up, not so that I can just drain off of society. Okay, I don't want to just collect a disability check. I don't want to just be a broken person stuck in my room, collecting, people's tax money. People, collecting people's taxpayers' money. Okay, I want to be a taxpayer. I want to contribute to society. I want to be involved with people. I want to work. I want to do things. But the thing is like the world doesn't really accept the way I work, and that is changing. And I feel like we can meet halfway. I can build tools to become a better person. There's only so much I can really do. And even if, with my issue, it's kind of like I can give the appearance of, from the outside, people also don't necessarily understand how autism works. It's not about being socially awkward. It's not about avoiding eye contact. It's not about memorizing 20 million digits of pi or whatever. It's not about that. Okay. Those are those are different aspects that may or may not have external effect, but it's an internal thing. It's a completely internal experience where I can look to everyone else, in some situations, like I'm doing just fine. But they don't understand that it takes a huge toll on my mental health, and it has created severe PTSD. It has created severe agoraphobia. Okay, and I talk about these things not to say, oh, poor me, you need to feel sorry for me. It's like, no, it's the opposite. I talk about this because I tried to, educate people about it. And I try to help people understand that, having a mental illness or a neurological disorder doesn't mean your life is over. It doesn't mean you're broken. It just means that you have a struggle, and just like anyone else, you have your own unique struggles.
That makes you interesting besides your little self-professed problems, you are just a loser. Not only.
Also, why does McDonald's act like they're above cooking dinner at breakfast? Oh no, we don't do that here, guys. It's not the time. Motherfucker, you serve actual cancer. Give me my cancer.
Wait, serve what?
Actual cancer. Do that here, guys. It's not the time. Motherfucker, you serve actual cancer.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, it's like people who eat McDonald's and stuff like that every single day. I mean, it's one thing if you're just super hungry and you're you're starving and you're the only thing nearby is McDonald's, and or if you just like it and you just kind of want to treat yourself. But if you go to McDonald's or something every single day for every single one of your meals, honestly, I think that person needs some help. Seriously. But I mean, it's not up to me to decide. Just like I tell you, that, to me, that's a mental illness. But then again, it's not about the fact that they do it. It's I want that person, it's I'm not in charge of other people. I can't say because I'm not that person. That person might be perfectly happy. Why should I decide what they need to do? I'll stay in my own lane. I mean, it's kind of interesting that he's playing Mario Kart. Stay in your own lane. That person, you can suggest things to people. And I try to be less and less critical of other people. Like a lot of times I get really upset with my dad because I care about him, but there's really nothing I can do. The only thing I can do is saying like, hey, like I've noticed this thing and I really, really think that like there's an issue here, and I hope that you can, I'm here for you no matter what, but I hope that you get help. And I'm here for you whether or not you get help or not. And I think that's the thing. Obviously, there is such a thing as enabling. Like, I'm not going to go to the store to pick my dad. I'm never again am I taking my dad to the store to get alcohol, honestly. If he wants to get it, he has to get it himself. So I don't want to enable his alcoholism. You know, like if you have a friend who like smokes cigarette, like don't give them cigarettes. Like I'm not going to go to the store and get something that like is harming somebody. I mean, it's one thing if they just do it, but it's another thing if it's actually harming them. Like if a doctor said, hey, like you have to quit drinking because it's going to kill you. Like, okay, like obviously nobody can make them do that. I mean, there are certain situations like with like a judge can do that. Or like if somebody says somebody's 5150 and they have to be isolated. And the thing is like the reason people do that is not to say that you're broken and you're an insane person or whatever and isolate you, because that's what it was like for so long, and it's still kind of like that. People used to be put in like, you know, they called them insane asylums because like, oh, this person's acting crazy. It's like, okay, well, there's a difference between being crazy and acting crazy. Because you can be like, you know, I would have been like put in like a mental institution when I was a kid. Who is 5150? 5150 means that it's a code, you know, for mental health, for police. It means that you're a danger to yourself or others. Like if you're like a danger of committing suicide or like you're going to like hurt somebody. So they take you in a 72-hour hold, like up to a 72-hour hold. So 5150 is like, if you're 5150, it means that like you're a serious danger. It doesn't mean that you're always a danger. It just means that that's your current state. And their goal is to de-escalate. You're not broken just because you're screaming. You're not broken just because you're having like a psychotic breakdown. Okay? Psychosis is temporary. And if it's more than temporary, then you should want treatment, not isolate these people and demonize them. Because so many people for so long, if people are like, oh, well, this person's acting crazy, let's just lock them away, where they're just going to live in pain and agony for the rest of their life. And we don't do that anymore. But so many people like act the same way. They're like, oh, that person's schizophrenic. Oh, I you know, that person doesn't belong in society or whatever. They're saying, oh, that person's autistic. Oh, wow. Like, that person's a failure. Like, what the fuck? And then the opposite, like, when somebody say, oh, well, you know, you're autistic and you're permanently disabled, that's bullshit. I know plenty of autistic people who can work. It's like, come on, stop. Like I said, like, some people might go their whole lives without it ever being a problem. Just because of a number of factors. Like maybe they just have a lot of support. Maybe they have friends and family that help them. Maybe they have an employer who works well with them. Maybe they just happen to be really good at something, you know, that just happened to work out. But like then there's the people who fall through the cracks, like me, who need help. And I am getting the help personally, but I shouldn't. My ability to live a healthy life should not be determined by my ability to reach a baseline that most people are already at, because I'm way down here. And yeah, I am stronger than I give myself credit for, but like people need to understand that just because I can give the appearance of functionality doesn't mean that I don't struggle severely and have extreme trauma to the point of like just not being able to function in society. And I'm trying to get there. I'm not trying to just sit here and just collect disability for the rest of my life. You know, I'm trying to actually do something that I can do, and it's really difficult. It's an uphill battle, but I am climbing it. Okay? Just because I don't climb it fast enough for most people doesn't mean I can't climb. And you know what? I might even be able to scale better than they can, because maybe I can scale higher than them. I'm just slower. Maybe they can scale faster, but they're stuck. Like they get stuck here and I go slower, but as soon as I get here, I can just keep going. You know, because I have the tools and I built the strength to be able to get myself to that baseline. In order to get to that baseline, I have to make myself stronger than they are. So, it's kind of like you strengthen yourself. And we should want people to get stronger. We shouldn't just punish people just for having something they can't control. Like having mental illness. Because mental illness is literally like not something you can, having it is, obviously how you treat it is something you can control. How you live your life is something you can control. The people that you have in your life, the support you get, the coaching, the assist, all the people who are there to help you, that's something that you can control for the most part. But you can't control whether or not you have it. Like, I can't control the fact that I'm autistic. It's not something that is just like a state. It's not just about my actions. Because a lot of the times people have no idea I'm autistic. Until they see, how it affects me. But in some situations, they'll never know. Like, if I just go to the grocery store and like pick up a gallon of milk or whatever, go to the checkout counter, buy the milk, and then go home, nobody in the store is going to notice. Now, it might be difficult for me because I'm like, okay, well, I have to leave my house. I have to walk to the store. I have to go inside, with my mask on. I have to like go to the milk. I have to go to the, there's all these things that are like, there's all these little teeny micro things that my brain has to handle as I do the thing. And yeah, like that's kind of a low risk. Me going to the grocery store is a low risk, but it's still difficult because of agoraphobia, because of past trauma through autistic difficulties, which has created lifelong PTSD that I am getting out of. If everyone became the strongest they can achieve when they leave behind those weaker, slow. Yeah, that's kind of what happens. That's kind of what happens. Is people end up being stronger and then they judge people who aren't as strong as them. They're like, oh, well, I did it. Why can't you? Like if I'm autistic and I'm pulling myself out of it with like a whole team of doctors and constant work. It's a lot of fucking work. Okay, it's a lot of work. Mental health is a lot of work, and a lot of people aren't willing to do it yet, and that's fine. All we can do is like help them when they're ready. Remind them that we love them. Remind them that your mental illness doesn't define you. You are a person, and I love you, and I respect you, and I support you. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to let them just walk all over you and, like, hurt you. That's different. Okay? Like, just because they have an illness, like, me being autistic doesn't give me the right to just, like, go into the store and start, like, breaking shit. At the same time, though, I do have autistic problems. Okay, and I don't have I'm lucky enough to not have, I sometimes do have problems in public and the police get called. So there is something to be said about that. And sometimes a lot of autistic people will get falsely imprisoned because people see, all the people see is somebody screaming and shouting. They don't know that, like, oh, that person's autistic. Don't you think it takes a toll on the person because you have to live with the embarrassment that you've screamed in public, that everybody looks at you weird, that people are like, oh, that person isn't sane. That's what in their minds. They see all they see is a screaming, shouting person. They're scared of you. Okay, don't you think that takes a toll on you? Don't you think that, like, maybe after that happened enough times that you're like scared to go outside because it might happen again? Yeah, I mean that's kind of the challenge. That's what that's what psychologists and psychiatrists have been working on for a long time. Since the ancient days. People used to just lock people up because they're like, oh, they're broken. There's nothing we can do for them. But if they were alive today, they would be living like, running Fortune 500 companies. Society has adapted to match reality. You know, our understanding of mental health has significantly changed. So like some people in like the 1600s, like I said, would have been completely like set across, like, you know, isolated from society just because people don't understand what they were going through. They just said, oh, this person is crazy. This person is mentally insane. They don't belong in society. We're going to lock them away. And they lived terrible lives where they were just constantly in agony. They felt broken. And people told them broken, and that made them broken. But if you say, like, hey, like, everybody's different, everybody has struggles, we want you to live the best quality of life no matter what's going on. The thing is like, what all we can do is be compassionate for people and understand that, like, okay, an autistic person might need additional resources. And that, okay, well, if somebody starts screaming and shouting in public, get people to safety, just in case they're not, like, autistic, just in case they are having an issue where they're going to hurt somebody. But, like, have compassion for that person. Don't judge that person. You know, try to get people help. Don't just punish people just for their behavior. Get them help. You know, before it's too late. Because if they don't get help, they're just going to get worse and worse and worse. They're going to feel more and more alienated, and worse things are going to happen. So if you really don't want them to hurt people, then maybe you should intervene earlier and in a compassionate way, not in a judgmental, like, oh, you're fucked up in the head, you know, kind of way. More like, hey, this person's clearly having an issue. What can I do? Like, you know, make sure that you and your family is safe, of course. But in a non-judgmental way. Not like, don't tell your children, oh, that's some insane person. You know, you should look at that person and judge them and isolate them and criticize them and see them as less than human. You know, maybe say like, oh, that person is going through something. They must be in a lot of pain. I hope they get the help they need, you know? When you disturb all people in store to just have compassion one person isn't... No, the thing is, compassion looks differently depending on the context. So obviously, you remove the person from the environment. If somebody, you know, but that doesn't mean you just put them in jail. And obviously, if they commit a crime, then they, you know, it's like, hey, like, you know, like something happened. And that's why, like, there's a lot of nuance. Like if you hurt someone, you know, like if you physically harm someone, there's repercussions for that. However, how you treat that person should be with compassion. You know, you get them into a place where they're not able to hurt anybody. And you make sure that they don't become further isolated. You want them to get better, not worse. Because the way things are is if somebody commits a crime, they're treated like they're garbage. They're treated with basically no human dignity. You're treated like you know, it's about punishment rather than reform, rather than healing. Because some people actually do have neurological disorders that you know got them to the place where they ended up committing that crime. And so, you know, like maybe it was willful, maybe it wasn't. Obviously, you know, there's a process to heal from that. And in some cases, if somebody commits a violent crime, then you make sure that they don't commit another violent crime. Yeah, I mean, it's disgusting, and it's slowly changing. I think it really does need to change. And there's plenty of examples of places that have changed the way the justice system works. Because is that justice? If somebody commits a crime and then you punish them, and then they commit another crime, is that justice? Because you're just going to make it worse. Well, we can overcome human nature. Like, we don't just poop in the forest anymore, right? We don't wipe our ass with leaves. Like, we have toilet paper, or we have bidets. We have, you know, we don't just, like, you know, use horses and carriages. We have cars. We have definitely overcome human nature. Poop in the forest, that's what it's all about, Sui Mimi. That's what this stream is about. It's about pooping in the forest.
Answer.
How is Lakari so good at this?
Just talk.
Are you the milk, Rob?
Holy dude, just speak, just words. You want me to take charge? You want to know how I got my iPad?
Can I just stare at you?
Oh my god. Wake up.
You know I own an orc?
In a what? Wake up.
You can count how long it is for me to blink. I don't blink.
That's a lovely way to get to know someone. Wake up.
Okay, sorry. Alright, so what's your name? Your name's Marco?
Marco. With a G. It's friend.
Hey, so do you...
Oh, Margot.
Like, what do you do?
Well, I'll tell you why I'm actually here. You're actually...
How do I even get...
You don't. I haven't finished building it, have I? Is this straight?
Skippy poppin'?
I don't think it is. Hold on. What the?
Oh, yeah, it's soda poppin' using a voice changer. Yeah, that's definitely... What? Oh, no. Oh, she sounds just like soda poppin', though. Like the laugh.
Is this straight?
Like the mannerism, like the way this person. For a second, I thought that literally was soda poppin', cause Skippy poppin'.
I don't think it is. Hold on. What the?
Like that laugh. What? Oh.
What do we do?
Or is that?
Oh my god!
I'm really confused now. I'm really confused now. I don't know what's going on here. For a second, like that person sounds. I mean, if not, that person does a perfect freaking soda poppin' impression with that laugh.
Within you.
What's...
Okay, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm like really judgmental. I'm not judgmental. I was like really just assuming because the person's. I mean, okay, you got to give me some credit, okay? I just assumed because the channel was named Skippy Poppin', and recently a lot of guy streamers have been using voice changers. Okay, don't cancel me. I'm not being transphobic.
Stopping people from...
And also, I'm not being. Okay, don't cancel me.
Just right-click save as in the picture. What's the difference?
It's in a hexagon, so it's like not the full
It's in
picture.
a hexagon.
Because it's not saved in the blockchain, Lily, actually.
Yeah, the NFTs really are about blockchains. It's not about it's because you can have the same picture with two different unique addresses.
Oh,
yeah, but it's saved on my computer.
That's not the blockchain.
Yeah, it's like a different address.
He's banging his wife. You're not actually his wife.
That is accurate.
Right? Oh my
Yeah,
god.
Lily.
So it's like I'm banging someone's wife.
You might be wife, but do you have the marriage certificate? I don't think so.
No, but
If we act like
you're not
husband
married.
and wife, we might as well be husband and wife, right?
Yeah, but then you can't sell his wife for profit.
Oh God, yeah, that explains NFTs really well, I think.
What is this analogy?
Oh, okay. It's weird enough.
I have to work within the parameters of the analogy.
Justice!
Insane. All right, let me see if I can do this. Ready? I gotta move my thing around. Great. The first thing people are gonna hear. Thanks. Hi. Hey, what's up? It's me. Hey, hi. We're doing an IRL stream. What's up, guys? Hey, it's me. It's Crumpet. Hi. Oh my God. Hello. It's Crumpet. You're addicted to Vicks Vapor Rub. Boob tried to kill me on the way home. She tried to murder me. It's true. They're all screaming outside. They're getting in my face. Look, I grew up my beard, so I'm extra Chad-like. I'm not even a twink today. I'm just like a muscle cock. Kind of a badass. Steve Jobs is here. He made it. Pog. Hey, what's up now?
If you guys enjoyed this video, feel free
Okay.
to drop a like, and if you want to keep up with the latest news and clips, be sure to subscribe and turn notifications on, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Oh my god. Did you swallow it?
Hey, do you mind if I have some?
Is that cat food?
Oh my god! Christ! Oh my god. Oh, that smells so bad. Oh my god. Oh my god. I think I'm straight.
I can smell it now.
Oh god. They're so fucking funny, dude. Like, these group of people are so fucking funny. Like, how is that even humanly possible to be as funny as these people? Okay, let's play some CSGO, shall we? Okay, another round of practice. But I actually need to do a round of, actually practicing. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. This is on easy mode. I mean, it's good that I took a mental break. It's good that I, like, didn't just do one thing over and over and over again without a break. You really need your time, because, you know, obviously it's one thing to, like, do something and then you get it to a point where you do it okay, but then time goes on and then you do it again and you're not as good as you were, because you have to gradually build it up. Okay, let's get in the game, okay? Oh. Poop in the forest. That's what you do. That's what we do. We poop in the forest. Poop in the forest. Poop in the forest. Did I start the game? I think it's just taking a little bit of time. Oh, and, oh. What is going on? Why is it taking so long to start out? I'll be right back, you guys. The fuck? Shit. Be right back, you guys.
The jungle. Primeval home to an exotic assortment of rare species. None more rare than the murky-breasted pygmy jungle fowl. What a privilege to be the first to capture on film its festive plumage, its regal bearing, its wild, fear-filled eyes. Is that a fucking helicopter?
I don't even know if the game's gonna run or not. What the fuck? Jeez. What the fuck is this? Why? Why? You know. Yeah, it's ridiculous. What the fuck is going on? Jeez. Why is it crashing? It did not crash last time I run it. What the fuck? I wonder if it's because of display capture. Instead, I mean, I need to use game capture instead. Let's see if it runs. Let me run it first. Get it to load first. I mean, I've literally streamed this game before. I need some more. Actually, I'm gonna make some tea, not coffee. Oh, everything's set to high. That's why. I hate how it resets your graphics settings. Jeez. Okay. How do I turn off music? Oh. There. That should be better. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's just do some deathmatch, okay? All right. What? Oh, come on, dude. Are you freaking serious? Can't even load the game. I've streamed this game before. Literally streamed it. Why do games have to take so much hardware? There we go. Jeez. It's just like while it's loading. Okay. Test. Are you freaking serious? Still not loading. There, jeez. I thought I turned down like all this freaking settings. switch it to full screen and like. Wait, wrong. Oh. This is so freaking annoying. What is going on? There, okay, that's slightly better. So laggy. Can't even. Okay, that's better. Okay, it's way better if I did. Okay. Damn it!
Terrorists win.
What? The whole round is over? What the fuck? As soon as I get the game loaded. As soon as I get the game loaded, it just fails. And then because I have it in like 128720, everything gets fucked up. What the hell, dude? Trying to play the damn game. Shoot everything that moves. All players have valid targets. Instant random respawn. What the fuck? I don't even know if the game is even displaying. No, it's not. Or is it? I need to take off display capture. It needs to be game capture. I'm pretty damn sure. Because it's full screen. Okay, what the hell is wrong with game capture? It's like randomly, it like seems to randomly load. Whether or not it's gonna load. The circle of life. Okay, it's not loading the game on the stream. Even though I have game capture on. Any full screen application. Yeah, how come it's not loading? God damn this game, dude. Computer does not want to load it. Is it going to be window capture? I forgot it was... It's not capturing the game, dude. What the fuck is going on? Okay, yeah, so I have to use display capture. Oh, but then everything just gets canceled. Like, everything gets, like, freaking moved around just because it's in a different aspect ratio. Because my computer can't freaking handle a freaking game that is, like, freaking, like, 20 years old or something. I mean, like... Nice. Finally got a freaking kill. I don't want random weapons. Damn it! Nice. You know... going on? Oh shit. Here. Oh, it takes time to switch. What the fuck? Asshole. I saw him. Oh, there's two of them. One there and one the other. The other there. One there and the other one there. One, the other one other there. Right there and then one at the other there. Very good. What the fuck? God damn it, and I have to load another one. At least I can run the game now, even though it's super freaking laggy. To the M4. Nice. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude? Coming from? How did I miss that? Jeez. You know. Jeez. Come on, Rebecca. Get your head in the game. Not even against a bot, okay? Really? Brad. GG. This. Work on the M4. AK is harder. I mean, it's fine. I need to work on both, but, you know, may as well focus on one. Damn it. Shandong Silver? What the fuck, dude? Can't get a shot off. Trying. I'll get some Castlevania adventure. That was like my first real Game Boy game that like I picked out. Like this, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. TMNT 2. What? GG. Let's get the AK a bit. Nice. Oh, fuck. What's this one like? I don't like this one. Stick to the standard AK or M4. Like the classic CS weapons. And whatever the best sniper is, like CSGO Bestis Adamiris. 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 What the fuck, dude? Serious aiming issues. What the hell? Well, I was adjusting my chair. That was why I lost. Guys, I suck, and the only reason why is because I have a bad PC. That's why. That's why. That's why. Because I have a terrible PC, that's why. You know what? I upgraded this PC a while back, it was so much better, but it still doesn't run like... It still doesn't run like even the most basic of games. You know, this is what happens when you don't fork over the cash for a decent computer, okay? Like, I got a cheaper computer and it was almost better, but not quite. Not good enough to play games, really. I don't know. I gotta be more grateful for the things that I've, my old computer was nowhere near as good as this. Okay, hopefully at some point I can actually upgrade my computer better, but in the end of the day, I actually gotta be able to play games. It's not about the hardware. I actually have to play. But hopefully, it's like, ideally the hardware doesn't get in the way of learning. If the hardware gets in the way of learning, that's a problem. I feel like it's barely acceptable right now. But there is some lag issue. I need to... Get some air in here. That's a heater on? Heater is not on. There we go. That's way better, even with just the fan pointing at me, Bobo, 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 Bobo. Bobo, 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 Bobo. Bobo, 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 Bobo. Putting in a mo. Putting in a putong in a mo. I don't know what that means. Are you speaking Klingon? You patak. Let's just whip out the shotgun, okay? Filipino! Well, I learned something today. I've been playing like Counter-Strike since I was like 13. Not really playing it, but like, I've never been able to get good at FPS games. It's just one of those things. Hopefully one day I can get good. Hopefully one day. That'd be interesting. That'd be nice to actually be able to learn how to play. Nice. Huh?
Well done. They needed
Take this and this and this and this. That'll show him. I also need to get used to like going somewhere safe first. Before I reload. Oh, I gotta follow this guy. This game is such a freaking like. Everybody's a man in this game. Like, you know, women are soldiers too. It does make it easier. You can just assume pronouns in this game. Why do you assume their gender? I mean, exactly. Some of these people might have vaginas. Or they might identify as, you know, also maybe they don't, maybe they look masculine. Maybe some of these people might actually be like, you know, just like some chicks dressed up in counter-terrorist gear or terrorist gear. You never know. You know what? We need to be more woke. Okay? When we're shooting people, we need to make sure we use the right pronouns. We need to have gay missiles. Giggity. Acting like an idiot in my room. All alone. All alone! Nobody to talk to but you, Overmatched. Teaching me Filipino. I don't even know what that means. It sounds like it's like a something sexual, probably. I don't. I'm just assuming though. I say poo-tang and it's I say it says poo-tang, like okay, like poo-tang in a mole. This guy. It's freaking Christ. I'm gonna sit properly. I don't want like back problems and shit.
Shut up, bitch.
What the fuck? That's Slicker? What the fuck? Shut up, bitch. Yeah, no. Okay. What the fuck, dude? See, this is the crazy thing I can do with this mouse. Wait. What is the push to talk button? Shut the fuck up, you bitch. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Hey, do you like eating pussy? Cause you can put these dick. Cause you can pussy dick in your mouth. Oh my goodness. I suck so bad.
Yeah, you suck so bad.
You feel good kicking a girl's ass, don't you? You just feel good like just beating up women, don't you?
Fuck yeah, I love fucking beating up women.
There's breezy mode right now.
It's so fucking fun.
Bro, there's no way.
I always beat my fucking girlfriend, bro.
Jesus fucking Christ. That's not...
No joke.
That's not what I meant.
Oh.
I was trying to accuse you of being a wife beater, okay? Like, I'm like... I make you feel bad for doing it.
Oh. Oh,
Nah, bro, that's a good
that. Yeah, that is a good thing.
I thought it was normal.
Hey, Space Ducks, I'm trying to use my mouse, but unfortunately, I'm not a good gamer, okay? Rebecca Laren, who's joined playing striking out of the video game Strikers World War. They gun and love to gun fire weapons toward enemy using the new mouse. Please enjoy if you like. Oh my goodness. Suck my dick.
You have a fucking dick?
Bigger than yours, bitch.
Damn, that's crazy.
And mine's a girl dick.
I really didn't even ask too. That's fucking crazy.
Seriously though, I'm getting my ass kicked. Jeez. You know, you guys, I feel really bad trash talking. It's really hard for me to learn how to trash talk. I'm so nice. I'm really bad at trash talking. Yeah, I like try my hand at trash talking and it doesn't really... I feel bad for trash talking.
The duck is funny.
Ooh, Gambino! What the fuck, dude?
Yo, calm down, bro.
That's content. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. This is off the hook. It's pandemonium. Pandemonium. Okay? Pandemonium. Take me away downtown. Get off! I don't take kindly to that. That is very rude. How dare you? Let's use this motherfucker. Yeah, take that. Oh, fuck. That backfired. Jeez. Oh, Final Fantasy VIII. You know. Bitch. Oh. It waited for me to reload. What? Oh, I should have just used the pistol. Oh, what? We got cut off from the live? I don't know what happened here. I got disconnected for a second. I don't know what's going on. Do you not play competitive? I haven't even, like, played. Like, need to learn the game. I would play competitive. But this is fun. Competitive is not fun. I only play what's fun. With League of Legends, it doesn't make a difference to me, but, like, this is deathmatch. It gets some good practice in. You just play team. This isn't even team deathmatch, it's just straight up deathmatch. Yeah, it's different than League. League, it's like there's no real difference between draft or... There's no real difference, like, in gameplay between draft and ranked. But, like, with this game, like, if you play the actual game, it's, like, serious, you know? It's a different game mode. And I just want to learn how to actually, like, I just want to play the game. I just want to deathmatch. Like, it's more fun. I could get to jump in and just shoot people. I mean, that sounded really bad, huh? In a video game! Holy shit! I just freaking get a headshot from that far away? With a shotgun? That's it. I'm skilled. High criminal behavior. YouTube life. Come on. This happened fucking 2 years ago by some fucking dumbass who's probably in jail, you know? He probably went on the fucking Capitol riots, you know? Like fucking insurrection terrorist group, you know? Fucking loser. Oh shit. Here's a real question. Would you suck your own wiener if you could? You gotta pay extra for that. Come on, dude. Come on. Let's go with the AK this time. Oh shit. Oh, that's not a person. Right in the feet. Can we get some Diablo music? Aim for the head. Yes! Generally a good idea. Definitely aiming at them in general, probably a good idea. Generally a good idea not to get killed. Let's use this one. Like point blank range, can't even hit. There we go. Green chicken tonight. I didn't know which direction they came from. Let's see this motherfucker. The bird, bird, bird. The bird is the word. Bird, 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 bird. Shotgun your face, okay? Well, that didn't work out. Come on, dude. Deal you. Oh. What the hell? Fuck! Nice. you know.
Nice shooting.
Where the fuck did you go?
You kill him. Terrorists win.
Okay, one more round. One more round and I'm ending the stream. Got stuff to do. Pew pew! Hiya, Space Berry. We got Space Ducks and we got Space Berry. Oh god. Darkwing Duck. Let's get dangerous. Darkwing Duck. Darkwing Duck. That took a while. The promise. No, we're not gonna use it. The chickens. Human shield. I had a human shield there. Heh. you, motherfucker. Groggy buggy, groggy buggy, groggy buggy, groggy buggy. That was short-lived. Let's get the AWP. Okay. Let's get serious. That was a chicken. Or a rooster, I'm not sure. Could have been chicken, I think. Damn it. You know, I don't think so. I don't think so, Tim. I had to just stay in the exact same line, didn't I? I didn't even have to. Didn't even shuffle. 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 Oh, I should have fired the one that was going to kill me. Oh. I like fired, I thought it was a chicken and I moved away, but it actually wasn't a chicken, it was a person. Very different things. Two very different things. Chicken and a person. What SSG08? Sounds like a Yu-Gi-Oh card or something. Jesus Christ, dude. Where B? I was gonna have T. Ape, is that NFT? Oh my goodness. Ayaya. Wololo. 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 Ayaya. Ayaya. Boop boop. meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 oh shit! Yeah, just switch to my sidearm. I turned into a kitty cat. Yes, this is true. Meow 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 meow. Okay. Well, guys, I'm about done with this game. I don't know if I'm ever gonna play it again. Alt F4. Alt F4. Alt F4 does not work in this game. I think probably because... Could you howl at the end? Howl! 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 I got some work to do today. You know, I've been putting off a lot of stuff that I need to do. I need to edit some videos. I need to actually edit videos and actually be a productive lady, okay? Instead of being a lazy person who just plays video games. Nope, I was on the wrong... Okay, so while I'm in the game, I don't know if I was on the wrong mic settings for the longest time. Oh! Or maybe I just changed it for that. I think so. Oh! Meow. Okay. You know. Oh my goodness. I have lost my mind. Yep. I have lost my mind. I have lost my mind. What happened? What happened? There is something bothering me with this freaking thing. I'll fix it later. Yeah, it's supposed to say... It's supposed to... Woof. Oops. Only with that. Oh, how far does it go back? Oh, there we go. Up. You know. Okay, let's stop being idiots. Okay, it's yeah, I got stuff to edit, okay? Because I have videos that people want to see. And they're missing out. Okay? They can give me money. Okay, give me the money, okay? Give me money. I'm just kidding. Not you guys, the other people. The people who give me money. The people who want to buy my stuff. They need to give me money. Because that's important. I need money. Obviously, I am hoping on SSI coming in soon. That is happening. But it's going to take a bit of time. I don't know how long. Apparently, they haven't even started processing it. It's so frustrating how long it can take. Like 6 to 8 weeks or whatever. Everything works so freaking slow. Like the people who need it the most, like, you know, I need this, like, I need an income. I need those dollar bills. I need those dollar bills so that I can, like, you know, at least have an income that's not like $50. I'm making like around $50 a month. That's not enough, okay? That basically just pays for my internet. Neil, if it weren't for a couple people who gave me some money, thank you so much, Space Ducks, like, I would be screwed. I wouldn't be able to pay the internet, and I wouldn't even be able to make money because I wouldn't have the internet. I'm sure my dad would pay for it, but it's like, I'm trying to get away from this, you know? I'm trying to get out of the trailer. You know, things are happening. And in a month, I'm going to have the first part of my gender confirmation surgeries. It's a step. It's not the full step, but it is a step. It is going to help out a lot because my balls bother me, okay? I want my balls out, okay? Tips out. Okay, I know that, like, I'm probably the only stream where somebody actually says they want to get rid of their balls. Maybe not. There's other trans people out there too, okay? Anyway, bye-bye, 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 bye-bye. Bye-bye, 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 bye-bye. Bye, bye-bye, 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 bye. Bye, bye-bye, 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 bye. We have 5 viewers. That's like a lot. You guys, it's not about quantity, it's about quality, okay? It's about quality. You guys love you. I love you. I love you, Space Ducks. I love you. And I know I'm a weirdo who looks weird, who doesn't get out of her pajamas. You know, but like, things are rough right now, okay? Things are rough. Things are rough. Okay, things are pretty rough for me, okay? So, see you soon. Bye!